Before I start the ordinary meeting, I'd like to recognise the passing of Terry Morgan. Now, Terry Morgan was employed at the council workshop for over 50 years. He joined when he was 15 years old and he stayed an employee of council down the workshop for over 50 years, and unfortunately he's passing yesterday, I think it was. So on behalf of Bathurst Regional Council, I'd like to convey my condolences to the family on his passing. Thank you. General Manager, could you read the advice concerning the recording of the meeting, please?
Mr Mayor, this council meeting is being recorded in accordance with council's webcasting of council meetings policy. The recording will be archived and made available for viewing at any time on council's YouTube channel for a minimum period of 12 months. All care is taken to maintain your privacy. However, if you are in attendance in the public gallery, you should be aware that your presence may be recorded. Your continued attendance means that you agree to being recorded and also that you will abide by the council's adopted code of meeting practice. The chairperson or general manager have the discretion to interrupt the recording of any meeting at any time should it be deemed necessary. This may occur in circumstances where commentary is considered to be misleading, defamatory or inappropriate to be published, or where behaviour breaches council's adopted code of meeting practice. Councillors and senior staff are reminded that this meeting is being live streamed, and for the benefit of those viewing online, please ensure you use the microphone when speaking and turn it off when you are finished.
Councillor received sorry. Could I ask all who are able to please stand for the prayer and acknowledgement of the country? Almighty God, give wisdom to those in authority and guide all peoples in the way of righteousness and peace, so that we may share with justice the resources of the earth, work together in trust and seek the common good. Amen. I'd like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri people and recognise the strength, resilience and capacities of Aboriginal people in this land. You may all be seated. Thank you. General Manager, are there any apologies or approvals required by attendance by audio-visual link?
Mr Mayor, there are no apologies and no requests to attend by audio-visual link.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. We'll move to item 6.1, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting, 1st of October 2025. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Gulliver, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 7.1, declaration of interest. General Manager, do we have any declarations of interest?
I'll get there. Mr Mayor, I have a number of declarations of interest, so I'll go down the list. General Manager in item 10.1, notice of motion. The second one is General Manager in the Mayoral Confidential item 12.1. Councillor Packham in the Director of Environmental Planning and Building Services Confidential Report number 12.2.1. Councillor Packham in the Director of Corporate Services and Finances Confidential Report number 12.3.3. Councillor Packham in the Director of Corporate Services and Finances Confidential Report 12.3.4. Councillor Underwood in the Director of Corporate Services and Finance Confidential Report number 12.3.4. Councillor Underwood in the Director of Corporate Services and Finances Confidential Report 12.3.3. Councillor Underwood in the Director of Environmental Planning and Services Confidential Report 12.2.1. Councillor Wright in the Director of Environmental Planning and Building Services Report 8.2.2, and Councillor Fry in the Director of Environmental Planning and Building Services Confidential Report 12.2.1.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor, could I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Gulliver, Councillor Orman. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Okay, we move to, well, no, councillors, this item has been withdrawn as we have called an extraordinary meeting next Thursday, the 27th of November, to consultation on the annual report and financial statements. So that'll resume on the extraordinary meeting next Thursday. So we move to item 8.2, Director of Environmental Planning and Building Services Report. Item 8.2.1, Section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. Councillors can have a move in a second. Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Thank you, Doug. We'll move to item 8.2.2, General Report. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Oh, Councillor Wright.
I'll just remove myself from this ordinance. Pecuniary interest, my parents have, it's a DA approved, but it's still listed there, and in case it gets brought up for discussion, I'll go.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Thank you, Councillors. Have a move and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor West. Councillor, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Can we ask Councillor Wright? Thank you. We're moving now to item 8.2.3, development application number 2025-211, two-storey dwelling at 225C Peel Street, Bathurst. Applicant 225A Peel Street, Proprietary Limited. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Yes, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Given what we've heard this evening, can I just ask the director if that conversation between the representative of the developer and the resident, as we've heard this evening, resulted in a guarantee or a design impact of this, and is that what we're voting on tonight? Has that design been implemented after that conversation, or is it something we need to consider, defer, etc.?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a conversation between the proponents and the speaker tonight. That was at a discussion forum for this particular DA that I chaired. The minutes of that meeting are with you in the attachments to the report. And I can say that that conversation appeared to be a constructive one, that there was reasonable agreement as to what the privacy treatments would be on the window. And as a result, Mr. Mayor, we've included in the recommendation part A that the plans should demonstrate the first floor bedroom windows are to include privacy treatments, and that be a requirement of the development consent, and that will be finalised when the construction certificate for the construction is issued. So that's the way that we've handled it.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Orban.
Mayor, Director 2, prior to issue of construction certificate, the plan should be demonstrated that first floor bedroom windows are to include glazing or privacy screens to reduce potential privacy impacts. The lady that spoke tonight also mentioned positioning of the windows as in higher and slat windows to reduce the view of this building on her backyard. Is that included in this?
Mr. Director.
Mr. Mayor, no, and I did recheck the minutes of that discussion that I just referred to, and it refers specifically to privacy screens. So the minutes do not reflect any other changes to the window design that might have been mentioned. And if I can add, Mr. Mayor, that if the privacy treatment is satisfactory, then may I suggest that the geometry of the window is perhaps less of a consequence.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Councillor Orban.
Yeah, I'd hate to disagree with that, Mr. Director, but I've been in this position myself before. I don't think it does enough privacy. I think those windows have to be high enough so people can't get up and see out of those. You can put as many screens on there as you like, but people can still look out. So I would like that added into the conditions before a certificate's actually issued.
Mr. Gentleman, Mr.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if that's the wish of the council, we can certainly take that. And I'm going to suggest that councillors might have some suggested wording, unless you're happy to leave it to me.
Councillor Orban?
Probably, as the lady actually explained, they're higher rectangular windows that basically are high enough so that you cannot look out of them. They still let
More of a highlight.
light into rooms, but they're totally private.
Yeah.
If I can further suggest that the minimum sill height for the proposed window, that dimension would depend on the sight line from the floor level, rather than necessarily some arbitrary number. But if there was to be a number that you feel is best to include, so that there's no doubt, then we'll take that.
Councillor Cranston?
I had similar thoughts, and I obviously appreciate the very articulate way that the owner-occupier spoke, and as a mum, I get it. And so that said, I do think actually what's been put forward was fairly well regarded for the site. The split level, it's a sloping block. There's no living spaces on that downside. So I think all in all, it was a fairly good compromise. That said, and you can probably answer this afterwards, is there any opportunity to push the whole thing back, or is there a retaining wall that's problematic? The other issue that I do have, obviously, is in the recommendation is the word should, to give, you know, a real level of clarity around what the owner occupier is going to get. It is about locking in those conditions, and that is that we've got a minimum sill. Like, we've all seen the new houses that, you know, I'm about 1.67, I've got heels on. We've all seen those minimum sill height windows that are at 1.6. So unless you're getting, I'm assuming it's about 1.6, unless you are standing up on a chair looking down, you're not walking into that room. So, you know, you guys are the planning experts, so I'll leave it to you. But for me, that's as a bare minimum. And I will just kind of flag that we've got much larger medium density proposals that we're going to be looking at. And if I'm concerned about this one, I'm going to be really concerned about the other ones.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Any further discussion? Oh, sorry, yes. Yes, Mr. Director.
Through Mr Mayor, happy that council wants to reinforce that with absolute clarity, and the word should can be removed and replaced with must. So must demonstrate. And if I may, Mr Mayor,
Yes.
too, the minutes of the discussion forum that was held do raise and discuss the issue of whether the building could or should be set back further. The proponent's representative argued that would raise the whole development up due to the topography of the land. There's also an existing retaining wall that would need to be removed. So there was some discussion around that option, and the proponent has declined to alter the siting of the building on the lot.
So the position remains. Yes, Councillor Cranston.
It's not through any heritage. There's no reason other than the proponent is choosing not to, from a planning perspective, that it can't be pushed back.
That's true. There's some doubt as to there's an existing retaining wall, and there's some uncertainty around what that represented in a past use. But the applicant is arguing that the additional earthworks, etc., and the whole building would be lifted up if it's shifted back up the slope. So there is some logic to that argument.
Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Wright.
So, based on the conversations tonight and again, that sort of feeling around making a rush decision on this and not getting the wording right and not really having a really clear picture on this, I actually I went back and checked out both of these, this one and the other property that we did a site inspection on the other day, because I realised that I never stopped to actually step back and look on the street to get the sort of heritage perspective. It's not something I'd particularly paid attention to. And I walked back up the alleyway, and what I noticed that I hadn't previously before is the split level nature. I'm essentially admitting to checking over your fence, so I'm very sorry for that. But I noticed that the backyard is a split level, massive trampoline. That tree I don't think is evergreen, so that would be gone, leaves gone half the year. And the line of sight, because of that's because you're down further and looking directly at the windows, it's actually a beeline for in what looked like sort of a back pergola area with lots of seating, a kids' trampoline, the main part. And what I'm sort of imagining now, not having thought about it at the spot, but putting it back would actually mean that the windows are completely then hidden by what is the massive shed in the backyard of the owner-occupier at the front, making it that the problem is entirely solved. And I guess when I'm only hearing that the concerns about moving it back they sound manageable through earthworks. Again, I'm not a developer, but they sound certainly manageable through earthworks. And then that's also that notion of perhaps the person who's building this isn't even going to live there, so there's room for flexibility around conversations of how we can do this. Is it at all possible that we do consider a deferral on this and do that site visit, get a feel for it, and then bring it back to it can be next month's meeting if possible, and then we can vote on this knowing that we're doing the right thing by the family at the front and the children and all of these sort of concerns we're having? Is that possible?
Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, it's possible. I might just respond to some of the comments you've made. Firstly, the notion that the decision is being rushed. So the assessment's been subject to council staff assessment in exactly the normal course of events. It's been notified to neighbours. We have received objections. We've had a discussion forum. The minutes of that are in the meeting before you. I hosted a site visit myself only the other day. We stood at the street. We stood on the property, the subject of the development. So I actually think it's a fairly comprehensive assessment. The other consideration about repositioning the building, I didn't mention it before, so my apologies, I could have wrapped it all up in one package, is that there's a property adjoining 225 at street level, which has no objection to the proposal as put before you, but if the building is shifted into their backyard, it may well constitute a different development and raise concerns from that property as well. So, yes, it can be deferred. That's not my preference, if I may go that far, but we would need to consult with many other property owners if there's a significant change in the plans.
Yes, Councillor Cranston.
Can I just put forward the amendment then that is quite specific around those windows, and that it is written into that it is actually written into the construction certificate and obviously before occupation. So it is quite specific that we are the owner occupier will be getting full height those high windows. And it's not about the risk attached to the pane glass or the vertical slats and, you know, depending on which way you angle yourself, you literally have to pull up a chair and stand on it to be able to see out. I think, you know, I'm not sure where everyone else is at, that might be the best outcome given the circumstances.
Yes, Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and therefore we can't immune the next door land from someone who really wants to peek into it. So we'll do what we can in a reasonable sense. So it must have windows. So that's not negotiable. Can I also mention that as recommended, the best time to ensure this is sorted is prior to the construction certificate being issued. In other words, the construction plans would be submitted to council officers for all checks and balances we have to do for structural compliance and other things, environmental compliance. It's at that point where we do have the hold point to ensure the plans in relation to the windows are satisfactory. May I suggest that deferring it to occupation certificate carries a further risk that it's just kicked down.
Okey doke.
I put forward that
That
amendment.
amendment. Can we, the amendment is, if you could read it for us?
That prior to the issuance of a construction certificate, the amended plans must be submitted and approved by the principal certifier, and you tweak this as appropriate. I know you don't like it when I dot I's and cross T's, but and that the first floor bedroom windows on the eastern elevation have a minimum sill height of 1.6 metres above the finished floor level. Now, if that needs to be, I'm just taking a guess at what they would be, that height. And that they would be done at CC as appropriate.
So it seems to be happy with all of that to lock in. But if the resolution says 1.6 metres, it will be 1.6000 metres.
Minimum. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Gentleman, you got the... Oh, Councillor Cranston's got it. Any changes to that now? We'll check it out. Hang on a second. All right. Okay. Yeah. Have you got it, Neil? Yep. Okay.
So,
General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, what I have at the moment is the first paragraph as written, which is, as the consent authority, grant consent pursuant to section 4.16 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 to development application number 2025/211, subject to conditions are able to be imposed pursuant to section 4.17 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 as amended. Then the next paragraph is reworded to, prior to the issue of a construction certificate, amended plans must be submitted to and approved by the principal certifier showing all first floor bedroom windows on the eastern elevation facing the adjoining property to have a minimum sill height of 1.6 metres above finished floor level. Then we go to B as written and C as written,
Thank you.
which is, sorry for the people in the gallery, B, notify those that made submissions of its decision, and C, call a division.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor West, you happy with that? Quite happy with that? There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion and call for a division. Those for? Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 8.2.4, development application number 2025/204, dual occupancy, two-storey second dwelling and subdivision at 282 Russell Street, Bathurst. Applicant Zone Planning New South Wales Proprietary Limited. Can I have a move and a seconder? Can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
I expressed my concern, obviously, around this yesterday on site, and I did have a lot of concern around the precedent we're setting in, our beautiful heritage protected conservation. Mental blank at the right terms, but this beautiful older area of Bathurst, and we're just adding in an ad hoc nature. It appears to be chopping off the back of blocks or subdividing. And so the dual lock, I don't have so much a problem with. There's already a garage there. There's already cars down the street, that kind of thing. But it's just the subdivision itself. And certainly, in a situation, the owner maybe decide to not actually do the dual lock at all and just subdivide, cut off the land, sell the land. Somebody else puts a different DA in. We're left with all these little postcard type blocks and a less of a lack of control around what actually goes on them. So I am concerned that if the subdivision goes first, that it could get sold off and then something else, anything could happen with that. So we did chat yesterday just about the precedents around it, and I think maybe you had opportunity to just have a look at that. Second to that, if there is already a precedent, what would be, can we put a condition on it that actually says they must happen in conjunction with each other, or that we don't subdivide until the dual lock's done and built? That would obviously stop that concern. And I think that were the main concerns at the minute. And it's just this ad hoc and then the cumulative impact down the track. We've had these discussions that if we just start doing it, what do we end up with as far as a heritage town on these beautiful largest style blocks? I know it's not impacting on streetscape as such, but they're my concerns at the minute.
Any comment, Mr. Director? Oh, Councillor West, sorry. Didn't see Councillor West there.
Mr. Mayor. So I went to the site visit as well, and like Councillor Cranston, I had my worries about the size of the block and not so much the traffic. It's not increasing traffic in the laneway, because it's just converting what is a two-car garage into a two-car carport into a two-car garage. So that wasn't so much of an issue, but I did wonder about the land size. And so, as luck would have it, there was a Bathurst branch of the National Trust meeting last night, for which I am a delegate, and I raised it with the branch, the Heritage branch, and they told me that they had absolutely no problems with it, that it's not an issue for the Heritage Trust, and they were actually quite complimentary about the fact that it is providing a different sort of land size, house size, giving people an alternative to large houses. And they've even followed up this morning and emailed me again their total lack of concern with this development.
Thank you, Councillor West. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Director.
Mr. Mayor, I feel obliged to respond to Councillor Cranston's
Yes.
request for advice, so I might just get some advice from myself if you give me one moment.
Okay.
barefoot.
Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. The procedure is that the subdivision, the dwelling needs to commence construction before the subdivision certificate will be released. And therefore, that's a reasonable guarantee for both parties, that's council and the landowner, that the intention is honoured to develop the second dwelling.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Yeah, subdivision.
Correct, and indeed we define commencement as the slab poured, or the equivalent if it's not a slab.
Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Wolf.
Mayor, Mr. Director, would, in your opinion, there be a problem if there was a fire down Bishop Street with the ability of a fire truck to get down to the problem area?
Mr. Director.
Two parts to that. The fireys will do what they have to. But secondly, there's conversations that have occurred, and there's reference to it in the report of a new fire hydrant being considered for that location.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Wolf.
Two, it doesn't really, yeah, rightio. That means they can run their hoses down, that's fine. With this construction though, would it increase the stormwater flow in that area, which could possibly overload the current infrastructure? If so, would that mean council would have to then go and replace what's there with larger pipes, etc.?
Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
Director.
the short answer is no. It's a requirement of council that the development not exceed a certain additional load into the, if it's to go into the gutter. So that matter's also been thought through with our colleagues in the engineering department, no development is permitted to increase the risk of stormwater impacts next door or downstream.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Councillor Cranston. Question.
Yep. How many blocks do we know roughly? We did speak about this as well. How many blocks? So inside Bishop Street, there's 2 or 3 other blocks that could actually do this. Do we know what the impact is on the greater, heritage conservation area that we're talking? Is that going to be west of Durham Street area? Like again, it's about precedent for me. I know there's the one up the corner, which is it's a postage stamp. It's a house with, that beside it. That's not what. I don't think that's not what we want for our community. And again, it's the ad hoc nature of this that I'm concerned with.
Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, ad hoc. It's compliant with council's planning controls. As a result of raising the question yesterday, the assessment team did a first pass, not to be relied upon as exact, by looking at approved dual occupancies in parts of Bathurst, and came to me with a list of a dozen, which have a lot size similar or smaller. So precedent also depends on whether or not it's actually able to be delivered. There's not some other constraint which prevents a subdivision. So just because a lot size is of a certain size cannot automatically assume it will become one day dual occupancy subdivision. The recommendation is that this is compliant and can proceed without setting a precedent that would become rampant.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Wright.
Just had one quick one. So the fire hydrant, that one's been answered around traffic implications and things like that. But it was noticeable the size of the street because, at the end of the day, we all parked at sort of the end of the street because we were coming in a convoy of multiple cars. So that logic recognises that a whole bunch of 5 cars coming in we recognise it's a small lane. And if so this is going ahead and we understand it's compliant and all of those things, and then the next 3 do it as well, what becomes the cumulative effect on traffic for that lane when you're kind of forward thinking, you're committing that very small lane to becoming more of a high traffic area and more like a street. I know we touched on it a little bit yesterday, but if just for the chamber, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, again, a couple of elements in my response. The first is that this particular development already has a two-car garage. There's no increase in the number of vehicle parking spaces on the site. Yes, there might be visitors on occasions, and same with every other person who lives in Bishop Street. We talked through that there will need to be some fairly tight controls during the construction period of the project so that neighbours are not impacted. There will be some impact, so it's impossible to say there'll be no impact, but nonetheless there's a management plan around traffic during construction, which means that the impacts can be mitigated or be kept reasonable. And if there is another application that comes to council for a further dual occupancy in that Bishop Street, it will need to be considered on its merits. In other words, if it creates the threshold or crosses the threshold, then that would require scrutiny. Yeah.
Traffic. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Gulliver.
I'd just like to thank the Town Planning Department for taking us all up to these sites so we can visually see what's going on. I've come to realise more and more that the Town Planning Department and Council gets more and more pressure from state government for housing, so it makes it hard for both parties, both ratepayer and town planning, and with the rules these days with the environmental and court, that it's handy for residents, etc., to understand the challenges that the Town Planning Department has with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gulliver. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion and call for a division. Are those for? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Can I just have it noted that I was in support of the dual lock, just not the subdivision?
Yep. Who voted? Right. I'll put the vote again. Those for? Yeah, go for. Against? Thank you. Okay, we move to item 8.2.5, development application number 2018/380 works in kind arrangement, 133 lot subdivision and associated new roads at Marsden Lane, Kelso. Applicant Hindmarsh Constructions Proprietary Limited. Councillors, could I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Cranston, Councillor Fry. Councillors, any discussion? Yes, Councillor Orban.
Say one thing, the roundabout on Marsden Lane, the time it took to do that. I mean, you know, we're dealing here again with plans that they say will be constructed on time, this sort of thing. How do we guarantee that's going to happen?
Mr. Director. Again,
Mr. Mayor, this work is entirely within the land owned by Hindmarsh, and therefore the timeline is less consequence into the public domain. Indeed, the longer they take to build it, the longer before they'll get dwellings approved or subdivisions approved.
Any further discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Again, I had some questions around this one yesterday, and I'm not questioning whether the stormwater works are actually needed. My concern is actually how we're paying for it and whether this is the best use of limited money. So what we've got in front of us is $3.28 million. The report says it'll be funded by a $2.7 million loan, stormwater drainage levies, and that $600,000 will come out of the Raglan Creek Developer Contribution Plan, made up of, and I'm rounding numbers, 300 already allocated and another 300 because the 3.27 is $300,000 over what we budgeted being the 3 mil. So we've got a $3.3 million project, 2.7 million's borrowed, 600 comes out of the Raglan Creek contributions pool. So that leaves me with some basic problems. First, the loan, So first, the loan. We're told the 2.7 million comes from borrowings from stormwater drainage levies included in the 25-26 budget, but there's no detail in the report about how long the loan runs for what's the interest, how we're repaying it. And so specifically when Hynash sends a $3.28 million invoice plus GST, real money actually has to leave a bank account. So where is that actually coming from? We're not told whether the Stormwater Levy Fund actually holds that much cash today, whether we're going to shuffle money around again to make those levies and contributions catch up. And the second thing, and this is probably the thing I had the biggest problem with, the Raglan Creek contribution, that plan is funded by all developers across the Raglan catchment, and it currently sits about $1.4 million. This project will use roughly 40% of that on one project in that subdivision, leaving about $830 in the plan. So the obvious question for me is, what else is that plan meant to fund? How much of it? I know it's been a 1990s, I think the plan was. I can't remember the exact date. Have most of the Raglan Creek works already been done, or is there other projects still waiting for money? And our own community strategic plan says 2.2, the council makes reasonable decisions to manage limited resources in the best interest of the current and future communities. So it says to us we need to be weighing up the priorities. I don't know what the priorities are. I again asked that question yesterday. So before we commit almost half of the Raglan Fund to one job, is this the most pressing need in that catchment? The third thing is the fairness and the material public benefit clause. The development consent is clear. The developer must design and construct the basin. That's what it says. It says design and construct the basin, not design and construct and then, send council a bill. I get that the contribution plan is set up for things like this and that they may ask us. So actually they're doing what anybody would do, exercise the option to ask for us to contribute. But that word may really matters, and it doesn't say must. So if we've got a choice at this point, and so if the costs are 600,000 plus the 2.7, I need to know more information before I can make a decision on this. So as a bare minimum for me, this would be about a deferral. And so, on those issues, I can't support this at the minute. And as a minimum, I'd be asking for it to be deferred.
Thank you, Councillor Prest. Any comment, Mr. Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, and I can confirm I can't answer all of those questions, but I will speak firstly to the contributions plan and directly to, I think it's a report coming up, the very next report identifies that this council does need to do some work on its developer contribution schemes, of which this is one. As to are there other uses for the existing pool of funds, there are some commitments, but I'd have to do an audit of what's been done and what hasn't been done. Indeed, that's what's recommended we do in the next report. But also acknowledge that there are future contributions still to be received, even under the current plan, whether it's amended or not down the track. So the current pool of funds will have comings and goings on a progressive basis, the details of which I don't have tonight. In regard to the amount of the working kind agreement that's being proposed, if that's an issue for councillors, I will defer to the Director of Engineering, who led the cost analysis. And in regard to the conditions of consent, yes, that is council standard practice because it keeps both barrels loaded, if I can use that analogy.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Yes, Director of Engineering.
Mr. Mayor, certainly you're correct, councillors, that no, we're not required to provide an assistance that is financial assistance, but it has considered that in the past. So council has been asked again for that contribution, which is why it's in front of you. So it's a pure matter of your decision as to whether that finance is provided or not. Certainly a fairly rigorous process was put into place to evaluate the overall dollar sum, because it is a big dollar sum, and that included utilising 2 independent civil construction contractors to provide pricing for that work, both on a as both with them taking the risk and also council taking the risk of any potential issues that arise during the construction. So that's where the dollars have been assessed. It's a different process to what we would normally do. It's not a project that council can control unless the developer wants us to and gives council permission to, because it's not our land and it's not our consent. Those conversations were had for council to actually develop the work itself, but council was not provided with that authority from the developer.
Yes, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I tend to agree with just about everything Councillor Cranston's had on this one. I think we are on the side of caution and just defer it until some of those answers rather than straight out reject the proposal. So I'd be for deferring it to pending information and adding to that any legal implications of not proceeding with that as a contribution, given that we have a plan, a 7-Eleven set up for that purpose, if that can be added to that list, if that's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Mr. Mayor, if I can suggest that there's a scenario which we will bring back to you with more information around if the developer was to proceed with the works, what that might look like and what that means for the consent and for the working kind arrangements.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Yes, Councillor Cranston.
I guess it's not really a question, but more a point of clarity that we're deferring, and the expectation when it comes back is there's really clear numbers around how we're actually paying for this, particularly if you,
Yes.
is that, I guess, is that clear?
Well, I think it is.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
did you put the motion? Defer it? Defer it? Councillor Gallagher?
Council's financial position, Mr. Mayor. I just want to support Councillor Cranston and Councillor Fry what they said, so I'm all for deferring it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So Councillor Cranston, Councillor Fry, you're happy with that? Defer it? We'll put it to the vote? Yes, I'll put that to, sorry, yep. I'll put now the motion and call a division that we defer the item 8.2.5. Those for? Against? Carried. Thank you, Councillor. Move to item 8.2.6, Development Contribution Plans, Major Review. Councillors could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for? You have? Oh, okay.
I just want to say, and I'll take a liberty and say this on behalf of everyone in this chamber, we are so happy for you, Director of Planning, that this is finally happening, because I know this has been a massive piece of work that that's so important to get into, and your team, I'm sure, are going to do a brilliant job. So congratulations that this is finally going ahead.
Yeah. Any discussion? Yes, yes, Councillor Fry.
How soon can we expect a similar styled report from you about an LEP review?
That's the Director of Environmental Planning. Thank you.
I, through you, Mr. Mayor, check with the Deputy Mayor. Does he mean a whole of LEP review? It'll come one day.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.2.7, naming of public road Marshall Close. Councillor can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Packham. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.2.6, potential impacts of renewable energy projects. Councillor going to move in a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Packham. Councillor Fry.
To offer an amendment, Mr. Mayor, I love this report. It
Yeah.
articulated the operating environment we find ourselves in quite well. The amendment's lengthy, so on your discretion, do you mind if I pass
Yes,
a printed copy to everyone?
You want to direct it?
Sorry, I'm trying to save the trees. Tough for yours, but
Thank you, Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the report does really well to articulate the current operating environment we find ourselves in. Whether you're for or against renewable energy projects of this scale, fundamentally or not, you will recognise any development of these scales do have an impact on community, infrastructure, the environment, et al. The amendment is as one stays similar, recommendation that one, council notes the information. 2, adopt a policy position that all proponents of state significant developments, SSD, or critical state significant development, CSSD, within the Bathurst local government area or any project materially impacting the Bathurst LGA are requested to provide at scoping report stage Bathurst Regional Council with detailed information relating to road dilapidation reports and haulage route impacts, transport logistics for oversized, overmass vehicle movements, workforce accommodation arrangements and resulting impacts on local housing, rental markets, services and utilities, projected impacts on potable and non-potable water supplies, sewage systems, waste services, emergency services and health services, cumulative environmental, social and infrastructure impacts, including cross-LGA interactions, local industry impacts and mitigation or compensation proposals, community consultation plans prior to exhibition of the EIS and detailed decommissioning plans, including the extent of substructure removal and independently verified costs, and proposed bank guarantees or financial assurances to cover decommissioning and or road repairs. 3, that council note that this information is required for councillors and staff to be prepared to be informed about transparent submissions and recommendations in order to make submissions to the State Planning Department or, if it comes to that, the Independent Planning Commission. 4, clarify that the requirement does not constitute Bathurst Regional Council as the consent authority et al. And 5, adopt the policy that council will not express support for or endorsement for any SSD or CSSD proposal where the proponent has not provided the information listed in point 2. And 6, backdates this policy to capture the existing SSD proposals in region and requests the information from those proponents. So effectively it is working off the back of what we sent to the LGNSW as a combined council mayoral minute, but also works on some of the the details in this report about what the potential impacts could be for this LGA, and just asks every proponent, every developer to simply provide that information in a structured fashion for this council as representatives of the community, that is on paper, on record, and accountable. We just want information. Doesn't matter how you sit on this particular issue, we need the information from every developer. We want to understand that impacts at a cumulative effect. And I hope councillors don't mind the long-winded amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fryer. Councillor Packham, did you absorb that? Right, do you agree with the amendment? Yes. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Orban.
Councillor Fry, for bringing this to the table, because I did mention last meeting that the meeting that we had in here with the developer, I suppose you'd call him, of the Trunky Creek area with the wind towers that hopefully will never go ahead. 240 wind towers with 1,000 cubic metres of concrete per tower means there's 240,000 cubic metres of concrete going into the ground, and on decommissioning of these things, the concrete stays in the ground. Where's the green part of all this come into play? And when I asked the question, so what do you do with the concrete? They're just going to put topsoil over the top. I mean, they got no idea. And that equivalates to about 30,000 truck movements just for concrete. So, I mean, yeah, bring it to the table with reporting on our dilapidation of roads and everything else that's going to happen. And surely this can't go ahead, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, you're right. After reading the report, especially on the transport projections, this place will be a parking lot. So, yeah, thanks, Councillor Ryan, Councillor Orban. Any other discussion? Councillor Cranston.
I didn't know this was coming, but thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, because a lot of the concerns that I have with this, I guess I want to not dumb it down, but the community actually need to understand that we don't get any say in any of this. And I'm still learning what's in our toolkit as far as what we can actually do. So I thank the Deputy Mayor for his experience in this and actually bringing this. I will say that I don't support renewables of this scale for our region. And, you know, we're not talking about rooftop solar, small scale projects. This is multiple overlapping industrial, wind, solar, battery projects, turning our landscapes into power plants and freight corridors, which is what you have already alluded to. We didn't sign up for it, and if they won't have it in the city, they don't get to stick it in our backyards. As I said, at the same time, we actually need to be honest about the planning reality. And so, first of all, the impact on our roads, and I think this covers it really well, we can't misuse owners' consent. And what we can do, though, is demand before and after condition reports, upgrades at the developer's cost, proper traffic management that protects local safety and amenity. And obviously, if the state insists on this, they don't get to do it on the cheap on our roads. Second, we've already highlighted that we've got serious housing and worker accommodation stress. We know that the rental market's already tight. You drop hundreds of construction workers into our region with no plan, and we will push people out of town and into housing stress. So we need to decide as a council what that looks like, and do we get to, because we're outside the res, we're actually in this absurd position where we don't automatically get the same tools that they do. So we actually have to decide whether we're going to opt in of some form of managed worker accommodation under strict conditions, or whether we're just going to leave it to the market, supply and demand, motels, and watch the consequences play out. And the other one for me is the big one, that on paper, our rural landscapes are written off as low to moderate scenic value. For the people that live here, those ridgelines and paddocks are our home and our identity. And we've already heard parliamentary inquiries about social division, mental health impacts, and the collapse in trust in other regions. And we'd be really naive to think that we're immune from that if this scale goes ahead around us. So I want it on record, I don't support industrialising our district to this extent, and I don't accept that the only thing that matters are things on a spreadsheet. It was originally just to note the report, but I fully support that recommendation, the amendment. And because if the state gets to drive this, we need to make sure we're not being ignorant in this and that we're informing our community. So I support the Deputy Mayor's amendment, and I thank him for bringing that to the table. As I said, I'm still not sure what's in our toolkit, but I think this is a valuable first step. And on that basis, I'll support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Yet to start. Any further discussion? Councillor Gallagher.
Mr. Mayor, I was reading in the report, the guideline provides an estimate of decommissioning these towers at $480,000 per turbine. Can you just clarify, just for, does the landholder have to pay for that, or is the development going to pay for that when the time comes?
Mr. Director.
And the problems that we have with contributions, well, obviously everything's going to get more and more expensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the landholder needs to make sure it's got clarification, and I'm of the same as everyone else in the room about these wind towers. Thank you.
We're all on the same page. Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, in regard to the decommissioning costs, that's a guideline produced by the state. The consent will require some sort of decommissioning strategy. And that consent carries with the land. So the advice from government, and it's included in the report, is that the landholder should enter into some sort of agreement with the developer to guarantee that those funds are available at decommissioning stage. So it's not an obligation of the landowner to pay for it, but rather the landholder needs to protect themselves in the event that the developer doesn't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, look, I'll echo Councillor Cranston's sentiments and absolutely thank you for bringing this to the table. What I think is so clever about it is that when you're having meetings with the developers and you ask a lot of questions, there's so little that they produce in terms of documentation, and I think informed decisions are the most important ones throughout whatever it is that we're about to navigate. What's certainly the road part is the biggest elephant in the room about this. I've noticed even I've had conversations with people who are in reses who are navigating this space from like a council point of view, and I said, when you have the conversations about the transport routes and the size of these things, I said, is there like a part of you deep down in your stomach that actually sort of goes, surely this can't actually come to fruition in time before potentially like another change of government? And the reason I say that is because you know, they're currently hiring consultants to figure out the road plan, which that will take so many years to do. And then when you just look how this develops over time, and the response was, there is a part of me that actually feels that there's no solution to getting such a mass amount of stuff out this way. So look, I mean, I hope and pray that is the case, but brilliant recommendation. Thank you for bringing it to the table. And then the last thing I want to say is thank you so much for such a comprehensive, to the team behind, that report answered so many questions for me, and the toolkit that report now is to be able to have better conversations with the community, it's to be absolutely applauded. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, then no further discussion? Yes, Councillor Fry.
Close it up if that's the case.
Thanks.
As good as the report was, agree it was a good articulation. The fact that we had to spend ratepayers' money on operational hours for an officer of this council to try and get a grasp on the operating environment, to me, just says that we actually need operational support from the state government, and it sort of points to the fact there is no framework for the cumulative impact of these mega developments in this region and others. This council will be overloaded by information. There's a lot of projects that are being proposed in our region. We don't want to die a slow death of 1,000 cuts of different proposals and scoping reports and EISs coming to us all at once, or all of our council staff all at once. And just so we can be very clear, councillors, number 5 does set this council as a default position of non-support for these projects. We will be asked by the planning department. We will be asked by the Independent Planning Commission if that application gets that far for a position on each project by name. Number 5 says that we will not support it unless this information is tendered to the council, and exactly what is written there. So just so everybody's clear on that. And thanks for taking up so much of your time.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. With that, I'll put the motion. Those for, with the amendment. Against, carried. Thank you. Move to item 8.2.9, Bathurst Regional Council State of the Environment Report 2024-2025. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor Underwood, councillors, any discussion? There's no discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.2.10, Emissions Reduction Plant Update, Landfill Gas Collection System. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Underwood, councillors, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
This is actually exciting. This has been in the pipeline for a while. So to see it get to this point is exciting for everyone, regardless of where you lie in the space of this type of gas, it's almost tied into that same renewables type green energy emissions reduction it doesn't matter where you sit on this space. This is actually about numbers for me, and numbers in a time where, every extra dollar into our bank account helps. So to that end, probably the recommendation, just for it to be noted, and I actually I've lost my place in the business papers, but if we could just tighten up, if there was appetite to tighten up the wording, rather than essentially just giving the general manager a blank check to do with these things as he so wishes, that maybe we could get a policy framework around it, and appreciate there's things that need to happen now with you being able to sign us up and all that kind of stuff. But if there's opportunity just to tighten that motion up, or even for it to come back to us with a policy framework, and ensuring that any of those funds are essentially being captured as the report. So again, it's actually about the recommendation reflecting the report, and that any of those funds that are generated go into a specific account for future costs associated, and that decisions of how to spend that is in line with normal protocols and budgets and, councillor approval.
procedures.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, councillor Cranston. Any further discussion? No further discussion, I'll put the motion.
Can I put, yeah.
Oh, sorry, councillor.
Going to add a C, that council develop a policy framework on the treatment of AQs, and to be develop a policy framework on the treatment of AQs, and this be referred to council for adoption.
That will cover off all the other things around where the funding's captured, how it's spent. Perfect.
Thank you, councillor. Please sing
Councillors West and Underwood.
councillor West, do you agree with that? Yep, okay. No further discussion? Oh, councillor Pryor.
Mr. Mayor, and agree, this is great monetisation of emissions reduction. It's a nice little bonus to be potentially getting these carbon credits and having some sort of commerciality to it. The Director of Engineering and his team, and the Director of Environment, who have worked on this for a while now. And it's exactly the type of projects that we want to see, not just a project that helps with emissions reduction and our fight against climate change, but also something that could make this council a bit of cash in return, much like the electrification of the pool or the microgrid that we've put in the wastewater treatment plant. I think they're great projects. They save the council money. They have a short payback period, and bring on more of these type of projects for emissions reductions. I think it's great.
Terrific. Thank you, councillor Pryor. No further discussion? I now, please. To councillor West. Oh, did you want to conclude the debate? Councillor West, then you move the motion? I move the, no? You don't have to. Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Councillors, we now move to the Director of Corporate Service and Finance report. Move to item 8.3.1, Statement of Investment. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
So this is a document that I really focus on every time we receive papers. I've had multiple conversations with the interim director to ensure that my understanding of these documents are correct, and we have established that it is. So what I want to highlight, because we recognise we have an a structural operating deficit in this business, but also we have a cash flow problem. And this is the document that highlights how that's travelling every month. So as we can see from this document, unrestricted cash and cash equivalents, before we consider the existence of that internal loan, is $4.5 million. And in that same line, it has been reduced in the space of 1 month by $4 million, leaving a balance of $500,000. So that's our unrestricted cash and cash equivalents position before we take into consideration the sewer loan we got earlier this year, sewer fund loan. Then we've got the second line down that indicates the balance of the remaining of the sewer loan, 4.29 million. So then we add that together, and last month our unrestricted cash and cash equivalents position was 8.8 million. The movement this month, 30 days, has resulted in that dropping by $4 million. Now, we seem to get stuck in semantics and conversation around, well, technically we still have enough money to cover our internal allocations, so technically we still have our internal allocations there. Fine, we can have that argument. I disagree, because you can literally see how those lines work. However, that conversation is kind of null and void anyway. And the reason it is null and void is because when you look at the 3-month forecasts for this organisation, January 26, sorry, not the date, the January 2026, you'll see that regardless of whether it's a sewer loan or internal allocations or whatever, the balance is $800,000. And that's what stands between this council and spending restricted cash illegally as per the Act, which we get in a lot of trouble for, and getting reprimanded for that. So I always just like to bring to the attention of this chamber, when we're considering all these decisions before us and so forth, I'm predicting, and this is just my position, based on the documents we've been provided here, I'm predicting that we are on track to spend restricted cash in February. That's what this document is telling me. I really want to be proven wrong. But it is thin ice, really thin ice that this council's on. And I really hope that every member of this governing body is taking that into consideration every step of the way in the months that, the very concerning months that are before us. And there was one other thing I was going to say, but I can't remember it. That'll do.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further? Councillor Cranston.
Again, much the same. I feel like a broken record. Every month I stand here, same thing. Statement of investments. It's the only regular measure we have of council's financial liquidity. Can we pay our bills or not? And so it deserves serious attention. So this is not about the report of what the investment is on the term deposit and the interest rate. It's actually the governance report and the story it tells over the next few months, because that's all we've got eyes on. Does this organisation have enough free cash to function? Is our setting sustainable? And at a governance level, this is actually our job. So on paper, we had $83 million. Sounds fabulous. Pull it all back, we strip out the money that's locked up for water, sewer, waste, development contributions, and our unrestricted cash buffer is tiny. The January cash forecast that was answered to my questions on notice last month, the forecast was actually 1.25 million in January. And that's where I flagged concerns about what does February look like, January, February look like, because we know we're not getting another rate drop until the end of February. So 1.25 was the answer. That's already dropped $500,000 to 800,000 in this report that we have now. So by January, we're on track to have spent the $4.5 million loan, the one that we took as a temporary buffer when the FAG didn't drop, but didn't repay when the FAG did drop. We kept it. And we're on track to be spending most of the internally restricted reserves that we've been talking about exercising restraint around and rebuilding. We've been having those discussions. This is about a council that shows restraint, and let's rebuild the reserves. So thanks to the work of the Deputy Mayor earlier this year, we knew in March 25 this year that we spent restricted funds in February. That was a really short turnaround, knowing that we had spent restricted funds. It was a far better outcome than councillors of the last period. They didn't find out we'd spent restricted funds until an audit review. So we are in a much better position now through the forecasting to know that we are seriously on track, skimming that restricted cash line again by February 26. So it's different year, but we are on the same edge cliff. I'm certainly not trying to run operations from this side of the table, but we need to be clear that this is a governance job to oversee this, and it's actually your job to come up with the executive's job to come up with a plan so that we do not spend restricted funds. So this is not business as usual. This is not nothing to see here. This is not no financial effect. This is me saying our audit office has just indicated to us they've done extra work around the going concern. That was in the report that has been moved to next week. So the audit office is saying they're doing extra work around a going concern position. They don't do that for fun. It's their way of saying, you know, are you sure this organisation can keep operating? So I want to be really clear. It's not my job to come up with a cash recovery plan. It's our job to demand that there is one and to hold management to it. So we've told the general manager, no SRV, improve the budget, stop leaning on land sales, and rebuild reserves. That's our job. Set the boundaries, lock in. So let's lock in the internal restrictions that we have and leave them there. We've got externally restricted funds that we can't touch. They show in that report. But if we're serious about financial sustainability, internally restricted funds need to be treated exactly the same. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking the executive to bring back a report that proposes stronger governance for internally restricted funds, including options to treat them as if they were externally restricted, and that the delegations, and what are the delegations and triggers before we actually spend them. If that work does not come back through the executive, I'll actually bring it forward as a motion myself, because our community actually deserves more than just bland reassurances that there are no financial implications when we're running the tank on empty. Okay, they deserve an elected body that actually reads this governance report for what it is, and it's a warning light, and it's flashing bright red.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Councillor West.
I've taken on board everything Councillors Wright and Cranston have said, and yes, the unrestricted cash buffer is tiny, and I accept that we may be looking like needing to use restricted funds again in February. But can I remind everybody assembled here that we were given permission by the OLG to borrow $10 million, and due to a reluctance on the part of some councillors to do that, we only borrowed, was it 4.5? If we had followed the advice...
Point of order, sorry, I think that information is actually correct. Wasn't it the direction of the Mayor and the General Manager and those parties that specifically requested...
Excuse me, I've got the floor.
I'm calling a point of order. Can we just correct what Councillor West has said, because I was in a meeting that the direction was it came from the Mayor and the General Manager to reduce the amount of the loan.
It may have come from the Mayor and the General Manager, but that would be due to pressure from councillors, because it's councillors
Point of order. Could you actually rule on the initial point of order, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, point of order. Thanks, Councillor West. Would we have an answer on that, General Manager? I don't think we directly from answer, was it?
Mr. Mayor, I can't rule on a point of order, but the council applied for 10 million on the basis that we would go for that amount because we expected to be prepaid around 80% of our FAGS grant.
That's right.
And we looked like we weren't going to get any. We got 50%. So the discussions that went to the council via the Financial Sustainability Committee was to draw down, in the end, a lesser figure. Yep. And we went for 5 million in alignment with the council's position in terms of how much FAGs we get. And then when we sat down, we varied from the 5 million to 4.5.
Yeah, that's right. We're relying on the FAGs. Thank you. Councillor West.
Okay, I will defer to the General Manager's description, but I still say that we had the opportunity to borrow 10 million, and perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, that would have been the most prudent thing to do.
Yes, Councillor West.
Can
Councillor.
I get the balance of the sewer fund, at the available balance of the cash reserves in the sewer fund that we actually could have removed? Because I think if we will recall, it was less than $10 million.
We wouldn't have that information, I don't know. would we?
Mr Mayor, I don't have that figure to hand. We'd have to come back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Wright.
The other, it was around 8.8 by memory. I have a question. I remembered what I was going to say before. Quick question. Have the, I'll probably murder this a little bit, the Audit Office of New South Wales, have they signed off on our audited financials yet?
Yes, Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, they have.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, and based on the rules of accounting is being run under the going concern nature, under the auditing standards, the auditor's responsibilities are to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence regarding and conclude on the appropriateness of our use of the going concern basis, and they actually have to connect evidence to confirm whether a material uncertainty risk exists. So being that, and they actually cannot sign off on those audited financials until they've satisfied that understanding. So based on that, a 12-month cash flow for this organisation must exist, and I believe it does. I am requesting on the public record that every single member of this governing body gets, the minute we finish this meeting, immediate access to the 12-month cash flow forecast for this business, because the Audit Office of New South Wales must have, and I believe did, receive access to that document. Please and thank you.
I think sorry? Yep, we'll get the document. Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Moved on to 8.3.2, Delivery Program 2025-2029 and Operational Plan 2025-2026. October 2025 Operational Plan Progress Report. Councillors, can I have a move in a second? Councillor Pryor, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Moved item 8.3.3, Sundry Section 356 Donations, Bathurst Memorial Entertainment Centre Community Use Subsidies and Mount Panorama Fee Subsidies. Councillors, can I move in a second? Councillor West. Councillor Underwood. Is there any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.4, Power of Attorney. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.5, questions taken on notice. Councillors, can I move and a seconder? Councillor Gulliver, Councillor Pryor. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.6, Quarterly Budget Review Statement, September 2025. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Pryor, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
So very happy to see this document come, because again, as the governing body, it gives us a really important oversight. Now, it's really important for the community especially to understand that the purpose of this quarterly budget review is that we essentially approve an annual budget every year. Then we do 3 months worth of operations under the operational management of the General Manager. Then whatever happens during that 3-month period comes back to us with explanations. This is what happened, so on and so forth. And we either endorse it or we do not. So what's really interesting when looking through these attachments, when we look at our consolidated results, so year end, this is for all of our funds, water, sewer, waste and general, we can see that in the space of the first quarter of this financial year, a negative movement of $9 million. And what's really important to understand is where the similarity to this as where we were last year. So we were forecasting a net operating result before all of our capital grants, so get rid of those, of about $10.3 million at the end of this year. We've now seen that negative movement of 9 million, so we are now looking at a surplus position of 1.2 million at the end of this financial year. Now, for clarity, last year we ended up on 1.8. So with the federal assistance grants arriving and so forth, and the sewer fund loan, so we're actually facing a worse position than last year. However, we no longer have those plentiful sources in the sewer fund to draw upon. And a third loan from the sewer fund is a scary thought, but anyway. But what's moving this every month, and what's moving this over the quarterly period? So we then go and have a look at the general fund, and it's mostly happening in there. So this is the fund where we were applying for that 70% rate rise to fix this problem. So a $2.9 million decrease in operating grants this quarter. But more alarmingly, an increase of $4.7 million in materials and services over this quarter. So again, we approved a budget, operation takes place. We don't have any control over the daily decisions of this business, we do not, but we have a decision now of whether we do or don't agree with what's happened and the movements taking place. So I'm pointing that out because we need to understand roles and responsibilities in this story. Then you go, and I actually want to say thank you for including this document. So right at the end, we've got the funding statement document. And this is the only document that actually strips out that general fund from where it's usually consolidated with waste, where we can actually see those really pure operating deficits. So it's a really important one. Thank you for putting it in the documents so that the public and councillors can have these conversations. But again, and the scary thing is that our land sales are doing really well this year, actually. We're at 42% to budget for our land sales. We're about $1 million shy of what we made last year in land sales, which was a particularly low revenue year for that category of our revenue. But what we now see is, despite a really healthy balance of land sales, the operating deficit is actually getting bigger. And so to the point of, I'll get the numbers on the record. So originally, 3 months ago, we approved what was forecast as a $6.5 million deficit. That is now forecast at 13.46. For contrast, we ended last year on about 15 million. So when you take out those land sales, again, you can see this shouldn't be going this way. And again, we have repeatedly asked for how are we remedying this budget and getting a non-reliance on land sales. So let's, for argument's sake, remove those land sales from this analysis and look at what that purest operating deficit is, because we should not be using those to meet our operating obligations. So it is now forecast for a $24.2 million operating structural deficit in the general fund alone if you were to no longer be relying on land sales. For contrast, it was 21 million last year. So we are going the opposite way. And I just think, you know, I spend a lot of time analysing these numbers, and if it helps the governing body to understand this information and take it into consideration, then you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Krantz.
Similar sentiment, I guess, that, and you know, we do all the numbers, we look at all the things, we do the add backs, we specifically look at the general fund, and it's not improving. And so again, as it's quite often pointed out to us, we actually approved the budget. The general manager and the executive prepare it, but when it all comes unstuck, actually the buck is going to stop with us, because we approved the budget. And so I have almost no control over the day-to-day spending. I don't get to press go on any payments. I don't get to decide whether we're accessing internally or externally restricted funds. The only real control I have on this is actually my vote. And again, similar to the sentiment that nothing changes, I guess if nothing changes, I cannot in good conscience adopt this QBRS that already takes a serious deficit and makes it worse inside our general fund. We can paint the numbers any way we like. We can say, you know, we've got extra income coming in here, extra income coming in there. But the task was no SRV, improve the general fund. That is what we've tasked. And so this is about a line in the sand for me, and I won't be putting my name to it. That's how I'll be voting, and that's the why.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Any further discussion? Councillor Wright, question.
Can I just call for a division on this vote, please?
Yep, sure can. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.7, delegations register update. Councillors, can I move in a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood, councillors, any discussion? Yes, Councillor Fry.
Just a question. There's a number of struck through parts which will be taken out or amended. There's a few that are highlighted in red to be reviewed. 413, 428 and 440. Will another amended copy come back to this council for approval in the delegations register? Or we yet to see another report, or are they being reviewed? I'm just confused because usually they're struck through and then, you know, you'll see the new version of that, or they're removed completely.
Sorry, Nick.
Just ask Manager of Corporate Governance. He's got some, no doubt, some information, Mr. Mayor, on the process.
Register. Councillor
I think I can answer that one, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, good.
Now, there were internal comments left on the page from the markup. It is as written in the delegations register, so ignore the to be reviewed.
Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Council, we now move to the Director of Engineering Service report. Move to item 8.4.1, water supply update. Council, can I move in a second? Councillor West, Councillor Fry. Councillor, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Council, we now move to the Director of Cultural and Community Services report. Item 8.5.1, Cultural and Community Services Department value and distributions in 2024-2025. Councillors can have a move in a second. Councillor Gulliver, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.2, draft Bathurst Regional Council Aboriginal Commitment Strategy, Bulla version 2. Councillors can have a move in a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.3, Spring School Holidays Activities, September, October 2025. Councillors can have a move in a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillor, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.4, Amendment to Review Policy 2025-2026, Mount Panorama Corporate Facilities. Councillors can have a move in a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and a shout out to the team that has done a great amount of work around how we see Mount Panorama, how we leverage that facility as a commercial space, and revenue sources that we can take from that. I think it's really important to never set and forget these revenue policies, especially around assets that can make us cash, and always be reviewing what things are worth in those facilities to ensure that we meet the market, but we're fair and reasonable in what we charge. And I think it's spot on in terms of the monetary figures that are put on here, and we're looking forward to selling that facility to people who are looking to temporarily buy it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.5, 2025 Bathurst 1000 off-track activities. Councillor Canava, move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? I'll just put in one comment. I've felt that I went to a meeting of the Liquor Accord, Bathurst Liquor Accord yesterday, and they are all very, very happy of how the off-track festivities went down the CBD. They thought it was fantastic. So congratulations to the team again. Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.6, National Motor Racing Museum, Repco Bathurst 1000 Activity Report, 9th of October 2025 to the 12th of October 2025. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Underwood, Councillor Orban. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.7, Bathurst Library Get Online Week 2025. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Underwood, Councillor Orban. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Move to items 9, reports of other committees. Item 9.1, Local Transport Forum Report, 4th of November 2025. Councillors could have a move and a seconder. Councillor Orban, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Move to item 9.2, Policy Committee Report, 9th of November 2025. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Underwood. Councillor, any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Councillor, we now move to notice of motion. Councillor, item 10.1, Councillor Sophie Wright, record of feedback provided for GM performance review. Mr. GM, I think you got a pecuniary interest.
Mr Mayor, I'll declare a pecuniary interest in this matter as it concerns my contract.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. And leave the room. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Wright, Councillor West. Councillor, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Yeah, so the reason that I wanted to bring this to the table is, obviously the discussion around, I actually stood in that forum fiercely advocating for the GM's appraisal to be heard in open council last year, and I think since being on council, I kind of get actually, why that conversation has to happen in a different way. So I thought to myself, how can we bring just some level of the community feeling like they've just known something about it or whatever. And so the purpose of this motion is actually also to thank the Mayor as part of the guidelines of the oversight and employment of a general manager. It's only a guideline that you actually have to invite, or that it's only a guideline that you could invite members who aren't on the panel to provide feedback. So thank you for offering that invitation. Councillor Cranston, Councillor Cranston actually was on this motion as well, but I must have missed the name off, because we certainly submitted that feedback together, because we went through every page of that document with a fine-tooth comb, just to simply see what it looks like and provide what we possibly could around how we thought it could be structured better or improved, or less subjective, more objective, whatever the case might be. I think our final document was around 29 recommendations, or 29 or 39, I don't quite remember, in a spreadsheet which we worked hard on. And yeah, look, we had a lot of emails from people in the general public, you know, questioning, are we doing it in alignment with this rule, and are we doing it all good? And so I guess this was just one way of saying yes, and also, you know, we were invited to be a part of this thing, and so that's kind of why we did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still don't totally understand why this notice of motion is here and what it really seeks to achieve. I know for a fact that Councillors Wright and Cranston were not the only councillors to submit feedback relevant to the performance criteria for the General Manager's performance review, so perhaps that should be noted as well. Despite that, I have no problem with voting for this motion on the understanding that I am simply voting to note its contents and not in any way endorsing the feedback to which it relates. I do not believe that that feedback provided by Councillors Wright and Cranston to the performance review panel reflects the opinion of most of the councillors in this room, and I'd like to stress that voting for this notice of motion should not imply that it does at this point in time or any other point in time in the future.
Thank you, Councillor West. Any further discussion? No further discussion? No further discussion? If you like, close. Yes, sorry, Councillor.
And only I'll close purely to confirm Councillor West's concerns. So absolutely, I did not see it as any form of endorsement of our position. Our position actually isn't included in this document. So, you know, and we were very, very careful about ensuring that we included no performance measures. You would look at this document and not know which side of the fence we sit on in regards to this conversation. It was purely just to say we participated. I'm so glad that other councillors participated as well, just to, you know, one bit of transparency to the community that could serve to build some trust. So thank you.
Councillor Wright. Okay, no further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 10.2. Councillor Sophie Wright and Councillor Natalie Cranston. Determination of EOI submissions number 36.00663. Design and construction of the Barn Nerang Arts Residency. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Wright, Councillor Cranston. Councillor, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So since the governing body approved this project earlier this year, we've all understood one thing very clearly. The budget left for construction is fixed and it is tight. Roughly $7.5 million for the entire build in an economic climate where construction costs are unpredictable, escalating. We all know that story. So for a project of this size with this level of public interest, oversight does matter. And at the time we approved it, the architectural plans and designs were already 90% complete. 90%. These were not conceptual sketches, they were detailed plans, hundreds of pages down to wiring, fixtures, doorknobs. So naturally, when a procurement commenced, I expected we would see a normal conventional pathway, which was a construct-only tender where contractors bid based on the detailed plans, the very plans approved by this governing body and endorsed by the council. But that's not what has occurred. Instead, the project has shifted to an early contractor involvement model. Now, these models have their place, but it is rarely used when design work is already this advanced. ECI is typically for an early stage refinement, not for a project where the design work is essentially complete. So the question becomes, why use this model here? Because at this point in the project's life, the only competitive variable left, quite literally the only lever, is price. And that is exactly why this decision point is so critical. Once this ECI contract is awarded, competitive tension disappears. The next price council sees will be a guaranteed maximum price from a single contractor. This is precisely the moment at which the governing body should have visibility and oversight. So on the 5th of November, we were advised in writing that the 3 submissions were still being evaluated and the award of the ECI contract would occur in December. On the basis of that information and underscored by the unusual procurement pathway, the fixed budget and the high risk of cost escalation, Councillor Cranston and I lodged this motion the very next day. Our intent was basic and reasonable: to shift the awarding of this ECI tender decision back to the governing body in closed council, exactly as it occurs for any tender that exceeds 250,000. Not to interfere, not to alter scoring criteria, not to delay the project, but simply to ensure that the elected body, accountable for oversight and financial sustainability, is involved at the only truly competitive pricing point of this major project. This motion also sits against a backdrop of extreme financial fragility that we've spoken at length about tonight. In the same meeting tonight, we've received a report detailing the length of that operational structural deficit getting bigger and the stresses of our cash flow. Based on the reporting before us, I predict it's almost guaranteed, as I've said, that we will again need to access restricted funds within the next 3 to 6 months, and I hope I'm proven wrong. I've spoken about our internal reserves. So in a climate, oversight of a multi-million dollar capital project is not simply appropriate, it's undeniably essential, particularly at this stage. Because contrary to what some may assume, the riskiest moment in this project is not when we vote on the final guaranteed maximum price, it is now, at the entry point, when competitive leverage still exists. If the indicative construction estimates already exceed the $7.5 million budget, and I wouldn't know because I've requested them from council 7 times and have been denied from the General Manager access to that information. I've spoken to the Office of Local Government, other people in council. No one can make sense of why I haven't, but that's the position of council, so that's fine. The only real chance to course correct whatever that looks like is before competitive tension is lost. Once a single contractor is locked in, options may become binary: approve a potentially inflated or inaccurate GMP, or collapse the project and return even more grant funding, or of course go back to open tender where we know the prices are not really going to change because we've just received a qualified, detailed costing. So either outcome is deeply consequential. This resolution does not change the evaluation process, influence probity, override staff, or delay construction. What it does do is ensure that we, the governing body, the body legally responsible, makes the final determination at a point where the project actually becomes vulnerable. The entry point is where risk is the highest. The entry point is where decisions have lasting consequences. And the entry point is where the elected councillors should have visibility and authority, nothing more and nothing less. At its heart, this motion is about one thing: good governance, ensuring that we, who are accountable to the public, responsible for their hard-earned money and charged with the oversight of that money, makes the key decision at the only competitive point of procurement. That is not unreasonable, political or disruptive. It is prudent, responsible and aligned with the principles of sound financial management and this project's very own procurement manual, as I've detailed in the points at the bottom. So for these reasons, I commend this motion to council, and I hope that it receives the support of this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? Councillor Cranston.
We really must compare notes when we do a joint motion, so I will say we know the background. We're not here to rehash the original decision. Tonight is purely about how we retain oversight of the project, the governance, the cash flow, the risks we're asking the community to carry. There is state and federal funding already tied to this, and so we simply can't use it to fill the potholes. I think the community is finally on board that it is not just a simple shift of funds. That said, the real question is, now that he's on our books, how are we, the elected body, maintaining oversight over this responsibly and transparency, or has it been quietly handed over to the executive to manage almost through a backdoor opportunity that's been presented to itself? Once we select the ECI contractor, as Councillor Wright stated, the competition is effectively over. So this is the only point we have to really play a part in continuing to oversee this multi-million-dollar highly contentious project, and it's keeping this competitive gateway under our decision making, not delegating it to the executive. So if we want the community to trust us, this determination on the ECI should sit at the table. We're not asking to change anything else. We're asking for it to sit at this table, not in the GM's in tray. There's also the operating and cash flow risk. We've had numerous discussions on the operating surplus, the slim, debatable operating surplus. Any major scope, say removing or reducing the accommodation, which may happen at this stage, risks turning a really small surplus into an ongoing operating loss that hits the general fund, the one we wanted the SRV for. So changing the scope without reassessing the operating budget is how you end up with a big, beautiful building quietly being propped up by ratepayer funds. On top of that, we've got our restricted fund balance in an email 218 today. Our restricted fund balance as of today is our unrestricted cash is $372,950. That's not much insulation for a staged multi-million-dollar project. The grant funding from 2 levels of government does not neatly line up with the project stages in a cash flow neutral way. And we still have not seen the stage cash flow for the project. So we're asking councillors to bring this project back under our decision making at every key stage. It's a contentious multi-million-dollar project with a thin operating margin, and any scope for change could seriously impact the operating budget. If we're going to proceed, we owe it to the community to bring this ECI determination back to this council for a clear, on-the-record decision. We also need updated operating and cash flow modelling at each major change of the project, and we need to be honest about this. When this project tips from being cost neutral, if it tips into losses that will hit the general fund, it's actually the minimum standard of governance a project like this deserves, and it's the very least we should be giving to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor.
Mayor, just quickly, I thought when the barn was actually put through and agreed to go ahead, that we were given the guarantee that we would be involved in all financial decisions. If that's not going to be the case, or if that's not the case, then it should be. Delegated authority on the barn should be wiped. I mean, 68% of the community didn't want it in the first place. So I think being a controversial item, we need to be very transparent with carrying on, so especially with the monetary side of it. And I think that we should have the final say. No delegated authority.
Thank you, Councillor Orban. Any further discussion? Just a question. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I just want to confirm, so in the Audit Office of New South Wales in our annual engagement plan, is it true that one of the key issues that we're currently managing between the Audit Office and our council is the management of capital expenditure as a key issue listed item?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is some reference to capital works, the way they are treated, or assets and projects, etc. It's one of a number of items. There's some references to, I haven't got it in front of me, of course, so I can't give you full details about what actually is in there, but there is some reference to work on assets, etc. reporting as well.
Thank you, Mr Acting Director. Yes, Councillor Wright.
Can I also confirm that in the May Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, it was advised that they wanted regular updates on this project, including the tendering of this project, and that at the most recent Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, which occurred weeks after this tendering process closed, that no advice or agenda item was provided to our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting?
Mr Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't have the specifics of that. And some of the information that the auditors do provide is not for public disclosure at this stage. So you'll have to take that one on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Director. Yes, Councillor Wright.
And look, it would be rude of me not to try. I know that I've asked for the indicative construction values of this project. Then when that was refused, I asked if I could have it non-associated to any of the tenderers, so completely anonymous. That was rejected. I then said, I think I even said, could you give me a buffer, just a bottom and highest price, just so I've got a rough idea. That was rejected. Can I ask on the public record, were any of the 3 tenders that provided their construction estimate, did any of those 3 come in at close to $10 million or over $10 million?
Yep, Mr. Director of Engineering.
Through Mr Mayor, I can confirm that none of the prices submitted were over $10 million.
Thank you. Yes.
And just to confirm, because obviously it was a tender for a $75,000 project, so whilst the price for that project might not have come in at over $10 million, so I just want to be really specific that I'm referring to the estimated construction value that was provided as part, that's what you're referring to. None of those came in at over $10 million or close to.
Through Mr Mayor, none of the construction costs came above $10 million, inclusive GST.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Gulliver.
Anyway, the barns have been approved and that's how it is, but under delegated authority, I think, as I'm almost carrying on about the finances, I just think it's the motions up just so we keep an eye on the dollars and cents and see how much we're spending there so we can make some good decisions about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gulliver. Mr. General Manager.
Mayor, could I just sort of clarify for the community, what we're talking about is an item for $75,000 or around that figure. The construction tenders, if we go ahead to build the facility, will all come back to the council for their acceptance. They will not be accepted under delegated authority. So I just want to clarify that the construction comes back to the council for decision, which is what we said would happen.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, question.
Thank you for clarifying that. That is a very important point. At that time that happens, though, we will have already spent the $75,000 associated with this tender, and we will have spent that from grant funding. So just in the hypothetical that we were to can the project at that point for whatever reason, we would then have to pay back an additional $75,000 in grant funding. Is that correct?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think I need some clarification here. The intimation is that we're wasting this money, and yes, if the process didn't go, we'd likely have to pay it back. But the whole idea behind this sort of process is to give councillors who have raised concerns greater confidence in the value and the understanding of the tender prices. So in fact, it's to give more surety as well as a better guidelines to staff. So contrary to being the indication that it is something that is unusual and, why would we do it? It's there to try and make things clearer, more aware and more transparent to the councillors.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Wright.
So just to confirm, the purpose is to make this clearer, more transparent, to add value, to increase understanding and surety, yet the governing body isn't actually allowed to know the estimated construction values provided in the expression of interest tenders.
Mr Mayor, what we are doing is tenders, expressions of interest, early contractor engagement to get a better understanding. There is no actual tenders for the construction of the works because we have to go out to tender to find out the prices. This is to try and put together an understanding of what the costs will be, to get direction and also to make it a simpler process. I just don't understand why there's this continual criticism and attack, it's how I see it, on the staff for trying to respond to the needs of this council and to ensure that a better product is put in place.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. With that, I put the motion. Division? Yes, okay. I'll now put the motion. Those for? Against? Lost. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 11, councillors' delegates report. Item 11.1, minutes, councillors' meeting with community groups representatives, 22nd of October 2025. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? I now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 11.2, minutes, councillors' meeting with community groups representatives, 29th of October 2025. Councillors, can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and for those in the community that don't read these minutes, they are great opportunities to meet with community representatives, sporting groups, other associations that want to do good for this city. And this was a great meeting, I feel, with Dr. Sarah Kaufman, who was putting on the table some fairly novel solutions to our housing issues in this city. And I just wanted to point out and acknowledge her work and her commitment to addressing that issue and working with council. And we're looking forward to discussing those further and see if we can actually come up with a new way of developing low-income housing for this city. It's a growing concern, but I just really wanted to point out that there are people in the community that are looking to do good and spend their own time voluntarily to get these kind of things off the ground and look for solutions. So shout out to them.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Council now move to item 12, resolving the confidential committee as a whole to deal with the confidential reports. Item 12.021, resolving the confidential committee as a whole. Councillor, we are now due to go into confidential committee. Councillors, could I have a motion to go into confidential committee of the council? Councillor Packham, Councillor West. Are there any members of the public and press who wish to make representation to the council as to whether the matter should or should not be dealt with in confidential committee? Councillors, I also have noticed we have a number of declarations of interest. Could I get those declared now, please? So it's on record. Yes, Councillor Underwood.
I'll go first.
Yes.
All right, item 12.2.1, I'm declaring a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as my place of employment has a changing places facility in the car park adjacent to the site in discussion. Non-significant as this facility is not affected by where it's placed, and non-pecuniary as I do not financially gain from this facility or its placement. I will remain in the room for item 12.2.1. For 12.3.3, I'm declaring a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as my place of employment is about to launch Viva's 3-veg farm. It's a non-significant and non-pecuniary as it's not in competition with this item, one being commercial and the other being community. As such, I'll remain in that room for that item as well. And 12.3.4, I'm declaring a significant non-pecuniary interest in this item due to a partnership with my place of employment and the proponent of this lease. It is non-pecuniary as I do not stand to financially be affected by the vote, but significant as the partnership exists. As such, I will leave the room for item 12.3.4.
Thank you, Councillor Underwood. Councillor Fry.
I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest on the 12.2.1 private hospital proposal as a member of the Charles Sturt University Council. That institution was also discussing options around private hospital proposals, but I'll remain in the room and vote on the item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Packham.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've got three. Item 12.2.1. My employer has a Marveloo located in the car park adjacent to the proposed site. It's non-pecuniary and non-significant, and the Marveloo can certainly be relocated anywhere. I'll stay in the room for that one. Item 12.3.3. My employer is about to launch Viva's 3-veg farm. While it doesn't compete with the applicant for the community garden, there is potentially a perceived conflict. It's non-pecuniary and non-significant, and I'll stay in the room.
And item 12.3.4, Vivibility has a funding arrangement with one of the applicants for the lease. So it's non-pecuniary and significant, and I will leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Packer. Yeah. Councillor Wright, are you done? Yes, Mr. General Manager.
Mr Mayor, I have a pecuniary interest in the mayoral minute 12.1.1 as it concerns my employment contract.
Thank you, Janet. We've all been declared. As there are no representatives, I now put the motion to go into confidential committee. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Could I please ensure that 12.3.4. Yeah.
So my suggestion is we don't move that one until at the end, and then we'll move to, I suppose.
To the lead. Okay. Okay, I move that we adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole, except for item 12.3.4, which we'll leave to last. So we'll have two adoptions. Council can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Packham, Councillor Orban. Oh, sorry, we've got to adopt the minutes. Adopt the first. Sorry, Neil. You adopt the report as a whole, please.
Mr. Mayor?
You've got item.
You've got 12.1.1.
I think I have. Oh, 2.1.
Mr. Mayor, is that as council's
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll now read out the resolutions of council from the confidential session. Item 12.1.1, General Manager's Appraisal 2024-25 and Employment Contract Term. Council's resolved that A, Council notes the performance review of the General Manager, which was rated as better than satisfactory. B, Council note that the General Manager's employment package has been set at $441,532. This includes a 3.5% SOORT increase, brackets not optional, and a discretionary increase of 0.5% to apply for the balance of the contract to reflect the performance review of more than satisfactory, noting this is equivalent to the increase in the superannuation guarantee charge. And Part C, Council reappoint, upon the expiration of this current contract of employment, Mr David Shirley to the position of General Manager, Bathurst Regional Council, for a period of 18 months. Mr Mayor, item 12.2, private hospital proposal.
No, we're adopting it. At the end of the adoption.
Mr Mayor, if it is for one or others or separately, then yes, we have to vote on those. So at the moment, we're just reading out
The adoption, yes.
Right.
Yep. That's right, yeah.
So at each occasion, there'll be a chance to actually vote on those adoptions. Mr Mayor, item 12.2, Council resolved that Council agree in principle to the sale of part of the Council depot land to Central West Medical Group Proprietary Limited, conditional upon and for the sole purpose of construction of a new Bathurst private hospital and allied services. B, a site plan be finalised and a plan of subdivision be created at the expense of Central West Medical Group Proprietary Limited. C, delegate the Mayor and General Manager to continue negotiations with Central West Medical Group Proprietary Limited on a sale price that can be reported back to Council for determination. Price on alternative arrangements for location of store items and any additional costs incurred. D, assess the strategic opportunities of a health precinct and review the planning controls for the precinct and adjoining lands to realise future potential. And E, continue to review options for development of council car park sites in the CBD. Item 12.3, licence of Brian Booth Recreational Ground to Bathurst Pony Club Incorporated, fees and charges. Council resolved that Council act in accordance with the report. Item 12.3.2, new licence of 68 Mountain Straight Mount Panorama. That, and Council resolved A, to not enter into a lease agreement for 68 Mountain Straight Mount Panorama, and B, actively seek expression of interest for the use of the land at 68 Mountain Straight Mount Panorama. Item 12.3.3, new community licence agreement, 5 Church Lane, Kelso Community Garden, that council enters into a licence with Lippman Proprietary Limited or its nominated entity for part Patna Street, Bathurst, being part lot 61 in deposited plan 12895525 and part lot 1 in deposited plan 10079963 for a 3-year period with one option to renew of 3 years. And B, delegates authority to the General Manager to finalise and execute the licence as detailed in the report. Mr Mayor, item 12.3.4 we'll deal with shortly.
Yes.
So item 12.3.5, new licence part Patna Street, Bathurst, being part lot 61 in deposited plan 1289525 and part lot 1 in deposited plan 10079663. Mr Mayor, I might ask just to pause for a moment because I'm reading, I think, something that I might need to correct. So can I just take a moment to check?
Certainly can.
Mr Mayor, with your approval, I'll need to go back to item 12.3.3. I was reading from the incorrect page. So I'll start again with item 12.3.3, that council enters into a community licence agreement with Jim Driscoll for 5 Church Lane, Kelso, for a 3-year period with one option to renew of 3 years. And B, delegates authority to the General Manager to finalise the licence as detailed in report. Item 12.3.3, the new community licence agreement, 5 Church Lane, Kelso Community Garden. If I now go to item 12.3.5, new licence part Patna Street, Bathurst, being part lot 61 in deposited plan 1289525 and part lot 1 in deposited plan 10079963. Council resolved that council enters into a licence with Lippman Proprietary Limited or its nominated entity for part Patna Street, being part lot 61 in deposited plan 12895525 and part lot 1 in deposited plan 10079963 for a 3-year period with one option to renew of 3 years. And B, delegates authority to the General Manager to finalise and execute the licence as detailed in the report. Mr Mayor, that leaves us with 12.
Now, if we can adopt those items, sorry, no, we have to adopt those and then to the last, we do 12.3.4 afterwards. I'd like a move and a second to adopt those as Councillor Orban, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion, those for, and note the...
Mr Mayor, perhaps some councillors might request that they be resolved separately for those established to show of hands.
Oh, right, okay. So we're back to item 12 point... Sorry. 12.1.1. Yes. General Manager's appraisal 2024-2025 and employment contract. We'll show our hands again. Those for the amendment or the motion? For the motion. For those for and against? Noted. Thank you. Move back to item 12.3.4. Oh, no, we're going to adopt those first, haven't we? Sorry, we adopt the balance of those items, councillors. Can I have a move in a second, which we have? Councillor now put the motion, those for, against, carried, and we move back to item 12.3.4. And we have some declarations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and just a reminder to all those who heard the declarations of interest prior to going into closed session. But just a reminder that for item 12.3.4, councillors Packerman, Underwood declared an interest, and the declaration has already been read in the public domain, but those councillors.
Been noted. So now we have to vote on that. Okay, councillors are now. Yeah, leave. Sorry. It's confusing. Now, council have a move and a second to adopt item 12.3.4. Councillor West, Councillor Gulliver. Councillors, any discussion? If not, put the motion. Those for, against, carried.
Mr. Mayor, I needed the opportunity to read that one out. We skipped over the actual wording of 12.3.4, so
Okay.
we might read it out
Read
first
it
and
out.
then take the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
sorry.
So, item 12.3.4, new lease for John Matthews Tennis Centre. Council resolved that Council A defer consideration of the lease for the John Matthews Tennis Centre, 261 Durham Street, Bathurst, New South Wales 2795, being part lot 7006 in deposited plan 1057676, part lot 10 in deposited plan 1157553, and part lot 100 in deposited plan 1255393, and B, delegate authority to the General Manager to continue the negotiations and lease fee with a subsequent report to be provided to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. We'll now adopt the item 12.3.4. Same mover and seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Gulliver. Any discussions? No discussion. Put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Council, I now declare the meeting closed at